I just bought these spicy pickles from Walmart. These are some of the best pickles that I've had. Whoa. Whoa. Like, dang. They're probably going to tear my stomach up. Probably. But I'm rocking with it. Let's see what's up with cesium. I wonder, I think the 3D tiles, even if they are removed from a part of my scene, are still creating collisions. But I do need to check the collision on this asset. I think what I have to do, though, first is we're going to merge these. Go to modeling mode and just union. And then if I do a quick test here, I don't need the controller. I'll just use my keyboard. Nope. So let's go here. Collision. Let's do a simplified collision, whatever that means. And then we're going to delete these. And then we'll do a, let's see. Collision complexity. I can't even add anything to favorites. Use simple collision. So if I go into here and then add box simplified, it doesn't show that it's generated a simple collision. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Because that's definitely not. What in the world? All right, so let's add our own collision. Can we auto apply? Well, that definitely gives me something. So if I add a box simplified collision, I can just scale this and move it into place. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. I didn't realize we were under the dang floor. So let's remove collision. And then let's try this again. Apply. Nope. Remove. Oh, I mean, maybe that did work. I don't know. But let's apply. remove, apply. This gives me a lot more detail, but that's still way, way off. Either way, if I don't like that. I don't like it at all. So if I just hit play from here, though, that top part is going to be fixed, but the bottom won't. See that? Yep. Oh, there it is. So what I'm going to have to do is just delete this collision and then add my own box. And then let's rotate it. The things we have to do to get some precision in this joint is crazy. Okay, let's copy, paste, and move this one down. Crazy work, I tell you. You got to do all this stuff, man, just to get something. Man, dude. It's alright, though. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's all good. Alright, let's get this stuff set up. And let's do a quick play test, I guess. Alright. Save that. And we good now. I don't know if I'm gonna eat this this dip. These chips and dip. Max step up height. There we go. Oh. Going through that joint. Okay, it's all good. Welcome to Memphis Metas, everybody. I've been working on the same area for some time. I'll get back over to Central Station once I've really figured out exactly what my methodology for creating these buildings is going to be, and I think I'm getting very close. I might go ahead and finish this Domino's building actually, and then start working on this entire section right here. Let's remove that. Let's delete that sign while we're at it. It's not the appropriate sign. Okay, so I figured some things out. Now it's time to actually, let's pick up where I left off. And let's try to do this import. Let's see if this is going to work like it was supposed to. I don't think it imported at all, actually. So, file, no. Datasmith file import. If it crashes, it's got to be something to do with the DX, the Datasmith file. So let's see, imported assets, signage, okay. We only want geometry. No, it's something to do with the Datasmith file. Maybe I need to clean it up. Shit. I was really excited about that one. I was really excited about it. No. Nothing needed to be cleaned. So is it a matter of size? All right. Let's try to import while we're in here. So Datasmith, file import, and desktop, imported assets, signage, geometry. it imported. No problem. No problem at all. Okay. So save it. We can go in here and grab it if we can touch it and delete it. Save. Control Shift save. And let's go back to downtown Memphis level. Man, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to handle this salsa. Damien, what's up, man? How do you say your last name? Benarek? All right. I was able to import the SketchUp thing. I think I just had to explode it from being a component, like explode the component. I will save it. And then I was able to import it. Let's let these textures load in real quick. Looks like I see a computer in your YouTube in your profile picture. Are you a developer also? Working on a project of your own in Unreal? Or what brings you to the stream? Let me see if I can bring this in here now. Okay, it should be in my imported assets folder. Signage. CCCB. And really, I can just bring in the geometry. Oh, okay. Yeah. Bednarek. Bednarek. Is that the A? Bednarek? UE5, year dev 2. That's awesome, man. This is my project. There's a lot going on here. Building a digital twin of my city. And I'm hopeful that I can make a lot of progress. I just streamed, though, for 15 hours straight. And I ended the stream to restart the stream so that I can go live also on Instagram and Facebook. So that's where we are today. There we go. I want to see now if I can bend this. But we need to figure out where the center of it is. So if I go to about right here, the DR is like right in that Dr. Nathan. So it's probably, let's assume you're walking up to it from here. This is almost in the right place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is in the fifth one. So 2, 3, 4, 5. No way. Okay, maybe. And then from this side, I don't know, man. I think we need to move it over a little bit and then also still make it bigger. So let's go with that. And then we're going to see if you're also building a city. Is it like a real, your city? What city are you building? And for everybody on Instagram and Facebook, I'm also responding to YouTube comments. So if you are on your phone and you want to watch this on a larger screen, I'm also live on YouTube and Facebook. Let's go to deform and warp. And then let's see, this is so crazy that we can build this. What's happening? Why is it all the, oh, okay. Maybe it's something to do with, I honestly don't know. So let's reset that. Shift to center. I don't know. Can we... upper bound. Okay, so the bounds. I thought that said upper bend. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? So let's set this to 0 real quick, and 0. And then let's see if we can change the bounds. So 1,500. 1,500. And that should give me, nope, that didn't do, that didn't work. Wait. Is it got to be negative? Okay, but the bend can't, it can go the other way. Okay. Okay. Oh, dude, if I load in all of the data. Let me turn these clouds off. It's going to be wild. Lighting, clouds. We're talking about, you know, well, the goal is to have all of downtown Memphis. But I'm isolating some areas. All right, I need to cancel this and change the pivot to face backwards. And then I also need to update the normal for this. So I think what I have to do is, let's go to favorites, edit pivot, set it to 45 degrees, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then transform. So I can move it to this. And then let's rotate it like this. And then we can put it in the center. And that theoretically should give me the correct bend. So if I go to deform and warp, no, it's still coming the wrong way. But I swear that I just, so maybe let's oh, okay. But that's at my discretion. I see. It's at my discretion how that happens. One, two, three, four, five. So bend degrees. Let's copy this and escape, and then let's scale this down just a little bit. And then let's try it again. Oh, wait, it stayed. It stayed, but all right, let's see how fine we can make this. 31. So what happens when I go 32, 40? How close are we to this? Much closer than I thought we would be. So 41. Let's accept it and then just try to kind of move it into place a little bit. Slightly off. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be good enough. And that's usually what I say every time I want to be a little lazy. What GPU you're using? RTX 4070, OC 12 gig. What are we watching? You're watching development in Unreal Engine of the Memphis Metas video game. If I turn off all of the photogrammetry, I'm using a RTX 5000 or a 5000 24 gig. And I'm planning on, oh, I see. I'm using, 24 gig GPU, and this is currently taking up 20 of those gigs. 21 of 24 gigs. And I'm upgrading to the 96 gig, the Pro 6000 Blackwell, once I'm ready to spend the 10 grand, but not ready to spend that kind of money on a GPU. But that is the next upgrade. 5090 will probably perform slightly better than this. But 30, 32 gigs. You're going to want more VRAM, 12 gigs. I just upgraded this computer and gave my son my two 2080 Ti's, which is 22 gigs because it's two 11 gig cards. But in Editor, you can only use one GPU. So I kept getting bottlenecked, and I would get crashes, and I would run out of VRAM because 11 gigs just wasn't enough. So 12 gigs, I know if you're building a big city or a big level, and you're bringing in a lot of assets, even if you're not using them, a lot of asset packs, is going to be very easy for you to run out of VRAM. Because 11 gigs, 12 gigs is not a lot, unfortunately. But this is development for those of you on Instagram of Memphis Metaverse. It's downtown Memphis. And just a quick preview, I can grab my Xbox controller. Let me turn it on real quick and do a quick play test. And right now I'm just focused on like high quality level of detail for, I think some of my, for these buildings. Depending on where you're watching from, maybe you can see that plane flying in the sky up there. I'm focused on photorealism. Some of the data that's coming in from Google to give me a preview of the landscape is loading on top of the ground so that I can use that as a reference for designing my streets. And I'm building all of these from scratch. If you go to my YouTube, Nostalgia Supply, or search Corey Owens, I don't know which one is going to make it come up easier, but Nostalgia Supply. I just finished a 15-hour long stream, and I ended that stream so that I could pull the stream up on Instagram and Facebook. You're doing an open world for VR Quest 3, so that means you're probably doing a lot of optimization. And I have not started doing much optimization, minus the fact that I'm limiting my material usage and my asset usage. I'm creating all the buildings from scratch, and I don't think they take up a lot of space. Once I finish the models, I combine a lot of the meshes and I use multiple materials on a single building mesh, which I guess in some ways reduces the draw call. Super awesome. I work in architecture here. What modeling software do you use? So I have everything. I have 3ds Max, Revit, SketchUp, Cinema 4D, I have a bunch of different softwares that are designed for like modeling, Roadrunner and Bentley software. I have like almost everything, but I'm building everything inside of SketchUp right now. And not SketchUp, I'm sorry. I'm building everything inside of the engine. And I'm using photogrammetry as a reference to build these models on top of the photogrammetry. As you can see, a lot of window details aren't finished because I'm really just, technically I would call this the gray boxing phase. But since I don't keep the boxes gray and I add textures and do some Boolean operations to get the basic shapes of my windows minus some of the finer details, you technically can't call it a gray boxing anymore, you know? So I'm using Unreal Engine's built-in editor modeling tools, and I'm just, you know, I love architecture, I love interior design, I love world building, but I've actually found a lot of really good success in using the built-in modeling tools because unfortunately Memphis and a lot of its this architecture is like, a lot of this architecture is like 100 years old. So when you look at the photogrammetry from, I think 2017 might be the latest version of photogrammetry that's available, which is what you see in Google Earth and Google Maps 3D view. And then of course I use Street View, which is what's up on my TV screen in front of me right here to get a visual reference for materials and just basic footprints and the silhouettes of the buildings. But using these tools, it's helped me recreate some of these buildings that aren't built in, let's say, 90-degree angles. There are a lot of like uneven. None of this is really like aligned in a way that makes for great game development. So it's very challenging to build on top of the photogrammetry at odd orientations and then combine everything together. But I'm using all the built-in modeling tools. And I've found a lot of success, even though it's taken a little time to like really get it where I want it. Since I'm working like 24 hours straight every other day, I have found some solutions that have helped me make much faster progress on the buildings. And this is my third time tackling a lot of these buildings. I've started blocking them out, realized my gray boxes had walls that were too thick, brought all of those gray boxes out and into SketchUp with the intent to use SketchUp's native tools to help me make some mathematical like slices and adjustments and arrangements. And I found that pulling the models out of Unreal Engine into SketchUp had this really weird conversion, like size conversion, and then bringing them back from SketchUp into Unreal had all these other issues with normals and oh my gosh. So I've stuck to just modeling in the engine, and all of this is work that I've done directly in the engine. So this is the level of detail that I want for like windows, as well as this. But I'm sticking to this for now just so that I can get these silhouettes of the buildings. So it'll all just be like a regular square with no fine details until I get all the buildings designed. And then I'll come back later and add fine details to everything. For example, this is Sun Studio. I haven't added any windows or doors, but some of the details I have added are like, you know, facade trim. I've got the logo and the neon signage, which I haven't textured or anything, Sun Studio. But just to kind of, you know, allow for me to play test with my character and get a good feel for the scale of everything. And then of course I use Affinity Designer Suite to design logos and signage. And then I bring those in from SVG format into DXF, import that into SketchUp, and then do my extrusions, and I kind of build these unique meshes. And then I use Datasmith to export those meshes and bring them into the engine. And then I scale and position them if need be. Memphis Metis. Thank you. Buildings look wonderful. I appreciate it. Quest 3, I would love to make this available to VR users as well, but it's going to probably have to be a tethered VR, PC VR setup, because I don't think any standalone VR can... I don't think any standalone VR can handle what I'm trying to throw at this scene. So let's see, where were we? We're going to finish this building. And I was really curious as to how I needed to bring this in. So I went into Affinity Designer, got the text, exported it as an SVG, brought it into SketchUp, extruded it, saved it as I actually ungrouped it for this particular set of typography. Usually I'll make it a group and then I'll make it a component in SketchUp so that I can use the naming algorithms to make sure when I bring them into Unreal Engine, they're already properly named and organized. Yes, I'll save that. I'll save it on the desktop for now as Southwest Tennessee Community College, SWT. All right, so using native modeling tools in Unreal Engine, I'm actually very impressed that I'm able to create stuff like this. And I was like so worried. I was like, man, I don't know how the hell I'm gonna get those letters to like bend over this thing, but lo and behold, I figured it out. Let's see, metal. We're going to delete the material on this. Is this a dynamic component? What's going on here? Oh, there's no material, so modeling. Where are you located, Damien? So helpful, especially with our master planning. I'll share this with other designers here in Memphis. Yes, man. Please do. I wish I could share current projects I'm working on with some agencies, but I've got I forget what you call it. I had to sign some documents. I can't really talk about the projects. But I want to work with more agencies, and I would love to work with architectural firms. I would love to work with urban planners, just, you know, individual architects as well. And my goal is to bring every building, you know, as close to spec as possible into the program so that planners, urban planners, marketers, and thought leaders can come together, architects, investors, and use this project to pitch new developments to the city, whether it be through rendered videos, gameplay, walkthroughs, renders, like static scenes. And that way the community can vote. But also this is going to be a digital twin, so a lot of real-time sensors will be sending data through this so that the project gets updated in real time. Polish, 35 years old, living in the United Kingdom for 20 years. Wow. And, you know, maybe one day I will share this project. I don't know when or the likelihood, but this project alone is like 150 gigs. Let's see. I got mad space on this computer. Let's see. Projects. Coriolis 3D. Let's see. Memphis and Memphis Metas. And let's see. Properties. 100 and... $158 gigs, and I have 5 copies of this project because the other projects have different parts of the city built into a level. If you look through my YouTube channel, you can see some of the other parts. Very satisfied with how this turned out. And let me go ahead and add the material. And then let's see what that looks like. I'm probably going to have to make this one darker though. So let's duplicate that material. Or let's try this one. For now, this will do. Oh, buddy, I've been wanting to do this for so long. I've been wanting to get these letters on here. That helps like really pull it together. Let's do a play a new window real quick. Oh, we started from here. Oops. Let's play from here. Another thing I'm doing with the project is I'm opening up naming rights opportunities for local businesses. So if a local business wants their business in here, with or without the interior, they can pay for me to model their business, and then I can give them the 3D model of their business, of their building, and they can use it for marketing. But that business will be featured in the game, and its, you know, its integrity as far as the interior and exterior. That's not bad. I think we can make that texture a little bit lighter. But damn, like I love just looking at it once I've figured it out. Yep, my goal is to have this entire city, and then be able to have a past version, present version, and then a future version for a smart city master plan. I don't know what you mean by master plan, but the entire concept of the Memphis Metas was to build a new master plan and a digital twin. All right, let's see. So since I've got that on there, I'm very excited about that. I do need to figure out exactly how I'm going to handle these windows. And then let's turn on some photogrammetry. Do I have any on? I don't. Let's see. Z Earth. I don't know which is which. Oh, there it is. Spend on your project 4 months ago. Damien, what exactly do you mean by that? All right, there's a little bit of an opening here. So I think the best thing I can do right now is we're going to have to use a different brick texture for this at some point, but right now we're going to keep it as is. And I'm going to go into modeling mode and create a box. And then we'll polygroup edit it. Oh, you just started on it 4 months ago. Are you doing your city? Are you recreating your city, or just building, like, in general, a fictitious city? All right, so this is interesting. I think it has to go up to... Something's weird about this, because this definitely doesn't move downward. So I think the best thing for me to do really quick is, let's accept that. Let's add a plane, a rectangle. Let's put it on here, and then we can drop it down. Drop it low, girl. Let's drop it to here. Is that lower? Yeah, let's assume. Okay, let's assume that that's where we want it. Let's just go ahead and do a scale. And this is going to give me some context for where this door needs to be. It looks like the windows go pretty much all the way to the top. Yeah. Window goes up to about, let's put it about right there. We're just going to wing it because we don't need to spend that much time on it. Well, first of all, Damien, congratulations for starting on your project. If you have any questions, I would be very happy to answer those for you in regards to like anything Unreal Engine, city building. I've purchased thousands of dollars worth of tools just to end up using the built-in Unreal Engine tools. Couple plugins I do recommend is Snapping Helper 3D. Snapping Helper 3D. I'm going to say it one more time just so you can lock it in, because this is going to be a long stream and it'll be hard to find when you come back. Snapping Helper 3D and Spline Tool Pro. And then right now, everything else I'm using is built-in tools. I think I'm going to make the windows go up to about, let's move this way a bit. Man, I wish I could go in there. Okay, let's. You can kind of see what's happening there. I'm going to make the executive decision to not make this go all the way up. Let me bring it to about there. And these actually seem to be much lower than this like is depicting. This like 90 degrees worth of 90 degree field of view in the 360 lens. It was very deceiving. So it looks like it's more along the lines of like sitting right at the bottom of this, but it's so hard to tell. That being said, I'm actually going to keep it right at the bottom edge. And if that's wrong, so be it. So let's turn on the photogrammetry for just a minute. And then, yeah, as if we could see anything back there. Let's just move over this way. And let's assume that, I guess after I put my columns up there, I'll have a better idea of where things go. And that'll be fine. If you ever need a list of firms, let me know. Of course, you can always reach out to AIA and Noma. This is inspiring. Man, I really hope so. I've been at this for 10 years. I've restarted this project like almost 10 different times. I've spent nearly 25, if not more, $1,000 on education, software, plugins, assets, time, probably more than that in time. And people think I'm crazy. Ex-girlfriend didn't see the vision. Because if she did, I promise you she wouldn't have. She wouldn't be an ex. Son's mom is like, all you do is play on your computer. I'm like, hey, listen. Once this changes, this landscape of Memphis and like the perception of the city, you can call it playing all day. All day. I'm here for it. But I really want to help Memphis reach its potential, and I think it has a lot of potential, although that's not at all a compliment. They're like, oh yeah, Memphis has a lot of potential. It's like, nah, that means that there's a lot of it that's not realized, and that's pretty bad news. Let's create another rectangle, but this time we're going to put it underneath. Oh yeah, man, you're a smart man. Still learning PCG. I haven't gotten into PCG yet. And I considered trying to learn PCG for this, and it didn't quite. It doesn't really work well with a real city unless the city is very flat, I would say. And if the buildings were uniform in style. Every one of these buildings is so different. Let's see, transform. Let's move it here. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, dude, I always like have to shout out Snapping Helper because, man, all the things that you want to do that seem like are going to be such an issue, working with the real city that's not built in the Unreal units or in the Unreal orientation of the grid. You can't do patterns outside of the Unreal units and grid, but using Snapping Helper 3D has helped me solve that problem temporarily until someone comes out with a better modeling plugin. Very nice. I would love to get into Blender, but I've yet to take that leap. I think the time it would take for me to learn it might hinder me from making progress on this project as I need. So I have decided against learning it for the time being. Rotated, no, this way. And then, of course, I did look into some of the other architectural tool, like BIM softwares, and as useful as they might be for creating any building type, a lot of the building styles have to kind of be created like the modularity of the buildings kind of have to be created before you can just like take off running with those BIM tools for an existing city, like for building an existing city. And that's what's kind of unfortunate is like if I could use those BIM tools and some of the procedural modular building tools, which is a steep learning curve for me anyways, then I could probably just, or Houdini. Oh my gosh, if I could just learn Houdini, the road systems and buildings would probably be a breeze. But I think Unreal Engine is great. I think Blender is great, but if I really want to play with the pros and make a lot of content quick, Houdini. But again, I'm trying to make a lot of progress so that I can get backing and find investors, which I think I have a few that are interested. And I need to present something consistently to show the progress I'm making. So the investors can kind of understand what they are investing into. Is that Wayne? My boy Wayne, what it do, man? Best believe I'll be putting sticks in here too. The one downtown though, I haven't gotten all the way out to Caryville yet with this project. Let's just move the whole thing. When you see me kind of moving slow, that means I'm thinking about a lot of stuff. Group or group game mode. Hey, yo, Wayne, man, I need some of them, some of that sake and, some of them tuna nachos, dog. Yo, Wayne, hit me up, man. Shoot me a text. There's no way this is that big. I think this one might be too. Yeah, it looks like it is. Oh boy. Now, I shouldn't be spending 30 minutes on some columns, but since I'm, anything that's kind of front facing, on this side of the street, I really want to be like, I want the curb appeal from this street to be fantastic. So I'll kind of ignore a lot of what's happening back here, but I'll put a lot of emphasis on creating detail here, because the goal is to kind of walk through Memphis in some very specific, like linear. I'll give you a linear demo, and you can only walk on certain streets, and from those streets you'll see a lot of detail on the facades, but everything else that's not finished will be hidden. Okay. I'll rock with that. And let's assume that these are all about the same size. We're not looking for perfection or any mathematical nuance. We're just kind of creating one and then rolling with it, just so that I can get excuse me. So I'm taking a quick phone call. Give me just a minute. All right, sorry about that. Had to take a very important phone call. And we are back. Back at it. Now I got to figure out how to bring this rounded window in here. And I don't know exactly how I'm going to accomplish this part, but we're about to figure it out. If I go to polygroup edit though, I wonder, this might be a good way to do this. Let me see how far these windows go over though. So I might be able to do like a weird push-pull. And we're just going to have to... Yeah, I would say this is probably happening from about there. Can I insert an edge loop? I can. All right, so I'm gonna do an edge loop right here. And then I'm gonna do another edge loop right here. And this is probably gonna be way off. I can't do one there. Okay then. Let's see if we can insert an edge loop right here then. Yeah, buddy. We sure can. Oh, snap. I get so excited when things like just kind of go as planned, but I also get excited when they don't and then I figure it out. Both feelings are amazing. So let's accept that. Let's take some of these faces and we're gonna see if we can do a push-pull and straight up delete this wall. But first, I'm going to I think I am going to maybe duplicate and move this like into the in here. To where it's not really touching anything so that I can come back and grab it later. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Oh boy, I wish you could see some of the other parts of the project that I've done. But this is isolated, so it's not really connected to other parts that I've modeled yet. All right, so let's see how we're gonna do this. Can we get it to go there without going too far? Hold up, hold up. Looks like we selected something. I did not want to select that. All right, let's try push-pull and then do it kind of. Wait a minute, I think I accidentally selected something else. All right, let's make sure we ain't messing nothing up now. All right, selected triangle normals. Selected normals even. What's happening here? I think it's possible that I clicked on something, maybe. Or, man, I could just make this simple and just delete those faces, probably. But I think that's an issue. Very hard to tell if we're messing something up, so. That's why. Another item was selected that shouldn't have been. Okay. And that's why this is messed up as well. Alright, it could all be so simple. And actually, I don't need this wall. I don't need this wall. I have another solution. 6 different ways. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. 9th, 10th grade drafting. I appreciate you. Mr. Wilson, man, he let me know he was the truth. 6 different ways to do everything, man. Mr. Wilson was a great teacher. A great teacher. All right, so here's what we do. We accept this. We Control Shift Save. Will this be on a FiveM server, or do you plan to make its own separate entity? It'll be its own separate entity, but tell me what FiveM server is. Is that something to do with Grand Theft Auto? So the plan is, once I get the city built, it'll be its own entity. It'll have its own mechanics, its own features, its own characters, but I will hire and work with other mod teams to bring this into an older version of Call of Duty, Fortnite, Minecraft, Assetto Corsa, maybe some session skateboarding game. What else were we gonna do? I think I did say Grand Theft Auto. There's a couple more I can't think off the top of my head right now. But we're gonna bring this map into several different games, and we'll have some stylized versions as well. But I'm building a game development studio dedicated to making mods based around like Memphis, so that we can use it for virtual production, obviously the games, and advertising and marketing, tourism, and virtual events. That worked out exactly how I wanted it to. Now, time to change all the brick material inside. So let's edit materials. I guess that's its own entity too, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Let's set the 0, so let's set active material, accept. Let's grab this, edit materials, let's bring this down and set it to angle filtered. Let's hope that we didn't accidentally change, and I did accidentally change something, so I can fix that real quick. And I don't know, maybe I can't modify that particular material, so maybe I won't. Let's see, edit materials. Yeah, I can't. Man, I have such a handsome son. Oh my gosh. The most handsome kid ever. Let's see, edit materials. Let's go ahead and what's this doing? Did I accidentally break a wall? I broke a wall. I'll be darned. So let's do polygroup edit and fill hole. Fill hole. And accept. Edit material. This has got to be number 1. And 1. And we're going to have to fix that later. Oh, lordy. Okay. And then let's do a projection. Let's try this. Project UVs, auto align, 250, 45 degree, boom, boom. Let's go 250, 250, 250. This needs to also be changed. Yep, that looks like it's at the right scale. That means everything is fixed. Except, even though you really won't see it here, but in case somebody walks up to one of these windows, will be solid. That's dope. You know, I'll kill it if you'll kill it if you have custom skins. Yep. Also, general contractor, if you need assistance with anything, let me know. I will do. I will do. I just moved to Jonesboro, so I'm not in and out of Memphis as often as I used to be, but I'm living in Arkansas right now, and as soon as this project starts to take off, I will be traveling out there, and I got friends out there that probably need some contractor work. So I'll definitely hit you up if me or somebody I know needs something. Jonesboro, man, it's nice out here. Let's see, Cinema, switching from Blender to UE now. Cinema, when you say Cinema, you're talking about Cinema 4D, Damien? I haven't used Cinema 4D in a very long time. All right, let's take this. And let's duplicate it and then move it all the way up out of the way. Okay, accept. Let's copy and paste and then convert. Accept. And then let's polygroup edit, and then we'll just delete these from one of them. Accept, and then let's do another polygroup edit, and then we'll do an invert delete. So let's invert selection, delete faces, and accept. Now I can center this pivot and then transform to bring it down, and then select everything, and then maybe do a push, pull. Action requires face selection. Let's bring it down to the flow, and then give us a, like, you know what, just, I don't know, can probably divide these in half, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. I'll figure something out with that. But in the meantime, I think what I'm going to do with this is just, let's accept that. Edit materials. We're going to select all and then assign active material, accept. Edit materials again and delete, accept. And do edit materials one more time, and then we're going to use this material. Search, edit material, and we'll come back and modify that a little bit later. Let's polygroup, or let's project those UVs though. Let's make them a little bigger. Damn, man. Q son, man. I didn't know small towns have luxury car dealers like Ferrari until I moved here. LOL. Yeah, man. All kinds of, you know, and I'm trying to get some of them dealers to partner with me as well. Now, it's possible that I don't need this yet. Let's turn it off for a second, though. Let's go polygroup edit. Probably be better if I just, let's do a push-pull here. Or, better yet, let's delete the face. Let's see. How can we accomplish this one? So, instead of doing that, I'm going to have to rely on the box method. You polygroup edit it and pull it through here. And then we're going to make sure that this edge, we need to move this edge in just a little bit. So let's edit pivot center. Okay. Shrink it a little more and then do a polygroup edit and pull it in and see where that lands. The goal was to keep it from touching that wall right there, and I think that pretty much accomplishes it. So we'll do a, I'm gonna grab this material real quick. And paste it on here and project UVs to 250. First auto align. What am I doing? Okay. And did I do a copy paste? No. Copy paste, Boolean Boolean difference AB except. Tight. All right, let's take this and now give it this material temporarily. Do a polygroup edit and just put it up against the wall. And get rid of the material. Make it glass. And let's say project 2500. Pretty clean. Let's do the same thing for this. Now, from a distance, it's going to look a little bit more complete. I'm babysitting this salsa because I'm not trying to sit on the toilet for 30 minutes today. But it's the hot, very spicy salsa. All right, I gotta say that was much easier than expected. So, even though it took me an hour and 30 minutes because I was taking phone calls and stuff, man, I'm going in, bro. If you can hear it, it's my bad. I'm using an audio compressor, so apparently my microphone is very loud. Let's go ahead and make some changes really quick to. Did we do? No, we didn't. Yeah, buddy, I'm going in on the chips for real. All right, let's do a edge loop. I think half of a little bigger, like about half of that. And hard to tell how far around it goes. So if I just go into game mode, this will tell me. Or go out of game mode. All right, push pull. Okay, then, yeah, that gives me exactly what I want. We'll add some details to that a little later. But I do need to add a tiny edge loop. Say here. Bring that out to about right there. Yeah, buddy, I say that's good enough. And then we're going to do an edge loop again, but this time we'll go even and 2. And I can't do it yet because this is one polygroup. So let's decompose. And then merge. Merge. There were no edges to loop. Merge. Merge. I wonder if this is the same. It kind of doesn't matter. All right, so edge loop 2, and then we take and I said that I was going to use this stream to block out the rest of the buildings, and I didn't do that, so that's going to be my next order of business. Just put a little detail on this, and then that is what I will be doing. Now, most of this other detail, I don't know yet whether I'm ready to add it. Okay, so got some materials to change, but that's all good. Let's accept that. Save. Yeah, man. This is very fun. Let's see, edit. No. Polygroup, edge loop, proportional offset. So we got an issue, and where is the issue and why? And it's probably, well, not something I'm ready to get hung up on, so let's table that one and let's come back to it later. It's a little more detail there. Cody, what'd he do? Textures 4K and below. Usually I limit a lot of textures to 1 or 2K towards the end of the development, because you can use the asset actions to edit all the textures and limit them to whatever your desired max is. Actually 2K I think is what I limit them to. But when I import textures from Fab or the bridge, I'll usually set it to medium. And a lot of these textures can come in at 8K, but I try not to use 8K textures. Looks like some of my booleans unloaded. That's weird. Well, I'm sure it'll load back up at some point, but that's pretty good progress. Made the columns. Oh, the columns unloaded too. Boy, what's going on? What's going on, Unreal? What's happening, man? Okay, what's happening there? Okay, good start. Good start. Adding the windows details would make a significant difference. We're playing on Xbox controller. See a plane in the sky. Ooh, 360 no scope. I finally downloaded Call of Duty again. And I think at some point, if somebody votes for it, I might take a break and play it. Can y'all see those airplanes? All right, I think I'm going to take a little break. I like the progress that I've made. There's a bridge right here. This is where the brewery is. Back there. When we went to the party down under the bridge, we went this way by this big ass tower. All the food trucks were about right here. Higher buildings. Man, that's a Memphis thing, man. That's about as high as they get over there. So before I play some Call of Duty, I'll show you guys a couple of projects. So let me file recent projects. Let's see. Excuse me. First, I'll open Memphis Metas 5.4. And then I'll open my I'll open my what I call the playground, the digital twin bedroom. few things got messed up on this project, but at some point I'll consolidate and move everything to one. This is going to sit at 80% for a couple minutes. Once it goes past that, everything will load up rather quickly. And I'll show you some of the buildings that I have in this project. All of which were built directly in the engine. Maybe there's the pyramid and the pyramid, Memphis Escape Rooms, and Arcade Restaurant were built in SketchUp. And at that time, I was in the process of learning Unreal Engine's modeling tools. A hundred. Let's immediately adjust my lighting. Took all the water out. I took the landscape out. You know what? I do need to take a look at the landscape and see what landscape I have in here. Now, that is a more accurate landscape. And if I can, let me see if I've got one of my water tools plugins enabled. So I could probably go in and see water body, ocean. Let's just throw it right there. Boy, yo, if y'all could hear my GPU right now, that joint is just like NASA back there. The way it's pushing wind. right, so I need to let's see, landscape. What's happening with the landscape here? Pretty sure I took out all the photogrammetry too. Okay. I don't remember exactly how high this was. I think it was about right there. All right, do we have cesium? Cesium georeference. Let's add. We need a. Yeah, let's just go ahead and add it. We'll make modifications to it later. It looks like it's not quite positioned correctly. It's about where it goes, I think. Let's turn on and off static meshes. Let's make sure that this is hidden in the game though. All right, city, turn off city kits. I don't think I have any city roads. Landscape, lighting, static meshes. There's probably a bunch of shit that I don't want turned on that's gonna turn on when I do this. I should turn the landscape off actually. Tile set, turn the tile set off. So if I turn the tile set off in cesium, I remember I moved the tiles. The tile set is underwater right now, I think. That's funny. Okay, water bodies, vehicles, all of that shit's turned off. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff that I haven't done anything with. But real quick, before I continue, I don't quite remember which of these buildings we wanted to keep. Oh, I do now. I do. There's a lot that is going on with this. But this is where I started because it's where I lived. What's being hidden over here? Let's turn these off too. And I usually showcase like the detail. I had some cars in here that I guess I got rid of all the props. But this is just another part of the city. And this was what the gray boxing looked like. Minus the fact that I built out this whole... Like, look at the detail on that. That's geometry. Now, this would look so much better if I didn't delete my roads. But this is the gray boxing phase. I gray box, but then I add a bunch of detail. Taking care of business. Langsky. Blue City Cafe. Some of those background buildings that I was working on. Can you imagine playing Spider-Man, like just swinging through Memphis? What's up, guys? 100 North Main, I think this is. So I did put a lot of detail in some of these bigger buildings, but I never got around to texturing them. But this was all built in the engine. No external modeling tools. All these built in the engine, just no textures added. So big work in progress. It's Bash Pro. Let me turn on Cesium actually, so you can kind of see in context. Yeah, built the whole Bass Pro pyramid. A lot of details that I still need to add. You got Hernando de Soto and Zip and Pippin roller coaster. That's a work in progress, but that's the real Zip and Pippin layout. Going under the bridge, as if that will ever happen. Mud Island. So in context, this is what it looks like. Taking a break from this so that I can focus primarily on a couple of sweet spots. So let's just do like a playthrough real quick. Probably going to be standing on some photogrammetry because I loaded in Cesium's 3D tiles. And there's a bunch of random stuff that's going to prevent me from moving around the level. So let me delete that Cesium data real quick. That's why I didn't have it in there. Delete. All right, just hit play again. So this is one part of the project that's I mean, everything's isolated because I wanted to launch some demos that featured different parts of the city. There's supposed to be a road right here, and all the photogrammetry I moved down because if I hide it, the collisions still prevent me from like moving through the level. South Main Sushi. So I haven't worked on this project because I also, when I built my new computer, I wonder what's blocking me in here. There's something colliding. I'm colliding with something. When I built my new computer, I had to reinstall Windows and port my projects over. And I think in the midst of doing that, I lost some access to some plugins and ended up loading up the project and saving it. All right, let's look and see. I think I'm colliding with something, but it's not actually showing anything. So visibility collision. How about player collision? There's nothing to collide with. Okay, then. Hey, thanks for joining on YouTube. Central Station. So all this geometry was built in SketchUp. And this is before I had my current method for creating assets. Yeah, something is preventing me from moving. And I think it's either hidden or unloaded. Whatever it is, it's hidden or unloaded. And I can't go in there for some reason. Oh, titties. It's out here too. Okay, let's figure out what it is real quick. It can't be anything with a landscape. Let's see what's hidden. Box number 42. Yeah, I don't have a clue. Something I'm gonna have to figure out a later date, I think. Yeah, all this stuff is loaded. But anyways, if I package this project, I'm not sure about whether cesium is included. I think it's something that it could be included and you have to pay for it. So if I package it and I include it and I enable cesium, I think I have to pay for the number of consecutive users and how often they get access to the tiles. So it's kind of like pay as you access the server. So I think I can launch and package a project with cesium, but it's not free. But I have no plans. Well, I don't know that I plan to package it with cesium. I'm going to spend like the next year building a team to get people to help create procedural tools and plugins for generating roads and buildings. And then I'm going to work with some local architecture firms to bring in some of their BIM models of buildings that they have built. But this detail is stunning. If I go into like path tracer mode, it's probably going to look way better, but this is, real time in editor. Those reflections look amazing. And then the way that I've brought in this geometry, this is actually 3D geometry. Instead of it just being like a decal. Or textures, like PBR textures. I designed all of this from scratch. So there's that. There's this part of the project. Bridge is the first thing that I put in the level. But let me save that, I guess. And then open one more project. And then y'all get to watch me suck garbage on Call of Duty for a minute. Because I guess why not before I take a nice little nap. Oh, sheesh. Oh, this is hilarious. Chiropractor, when did your neck problem start? Hell, in 1999, when they had CRT TVs mounted above gaming shelves in department stores with a controller right underneath it. Hilarious. That's big facts. All right, this is taking a minute to load. Blossom, nice. Yeah, I do. I looked at that plugin a couple days ago, and I was previously using the. Let me see what it's called. I don't know if I remember what it's called. RenderDoc method. I was previously using the RenderDoc method to bring in some of the photogrammetry, but Cesium has been a game changer for whatever reason, I know that Blossom allows you to easily merge all the tiles you bring in, and it optimizes it really well, which the RenderDoc method was supposed to do with some girl's plugin that she created that helps merge the tiles after you join them. But it ended up taking up a lot more space than I expected it to, so I just said forget it and went with Cesium because it immediately pulls the information into the engine. The problem is, and the reason that I'm probably going to go back to Blossom is that Cesium through Google doesn't give you the most up-to-date, or it doesn't give you the highest resolution textures. And in the RenderDoc method, I was able to extract the highest resolution textures possible. But I just discovered Blossom like 3 days ago, and I've got it bookmarked somewhere, and I've got to try it. But, again, you also have to remember you can't use any of those tiles in any kind of packaged content that you plan to sell or distribute, whereas you can get licensed to use Cesium. And that's something that you definitely have to consider. Whereas if you want to use some of those tiles like as background buildings and limit your player from being able to access those, it's possible that if you download them directly from Google Earth, Google will have an issue with that. So what they make available in Cesium is like not the best quality, not the highest quality textures, not the most accurate 3D like spatial satellite imagery. But they're like, yeah, you can use this. It is optimized to stream very fast though, and I realized with my 2080 Ti that the streaming was not that great. And I didn't realize how much GPU, like VRAM, streaming those tiles in actually took until I opened this with the A5000. I can virtually stream, like I can zoom so far out and all the tiles will still be loaded. Whereas with my 11 gigs, it just, I don't know, man. Tiles would pop out. There would be holes in the tiles. And some of them just would stop loading after a while. I know this thing says it's stuck at 50%, but I think it's still actually saving stuff. I don't want to mess with it. So I'm going to give it another 2 minutes, 3 at the most, to see if it finishes. So that I don't have a bad habit of interrupting it and then corrupt the project. There it is. All right, I'm going to showcase one more project. Alrighty then. This one is in Building Manager. I forgot how to hide. Let me look this up real quick. I forgot how to do this. Specular scale. One thing I love about how the quality of this, other than like the quality of the video, I don't know if y'all can tell, but you can see everything in the reflection of the TV. If I uploaded a higher quality video, like you'd be able to see everything in the reflection of the TV, or I mean, in the dark spots. But I think that's incredible detail here, and I'm not even using the higher settings. But this is the digital twin of mine and my son's old bedroom that we shared when we stayed with a friend. I modeled everything, mostly everything from scratch, especially the furniture. So the advice I gave in one of my previous streams is, if you want to get really good at modeling and using Unreal Engine for photorealism, start with do a digital twin of your bedroom and all the furniture and everything that's in it. So this is a real bed. I took my tape measure out. I measured everything, and then I made sure, and I designed everything in SketchUp, but I made absolutely sure that I included like some space between most of the pieces to mimic that photorealism. And like, life in real life, you got some gaps between some of this stuff. But this is the real bedroom built to scale. Real color textures. I did everything from the doors. Like I modeled all of this from scratch. A little mirror in there. And all the way down to like the trim and the hinges. And this was like a kind of a passion project, but also to test my ability to bring a physical environment at this scale as an interior into the scene. So with Memphis Metas, the goal was to not only have the city as the exterior, the entire city of Memphis, but to also bring in interiors that you can stage and live in for people who like playing The Sims and doing like Second Life type stuff. But when you get into VR, you can have augmented experiences where you invite your friends to your house or to the bar. Let's say, you want to meet up with your friends and build like in The Sims, kind of like you would in The Sims. The goal would be to be able to do that and have that experience in the metaverse as well. So you can buy a lot in Memphis where there would typically be like a real house. You can build your own house or buy a house, and then you can go and stage the house. And the idea was to bring like IKEA in as an IP partner and have all of their furniture, for example, able to be purchased and to use it to stage the scene. So the goal was to have these different brand and product partners and then give you that second life. Say, hey, me and my friend are going to play Memphis Metas. We're going to go and buy a house and then spec it. But, architectural designers, interior designers, real estate developers and realtors can all also download Memphis Metas and then bring real houses into the game and then use this program to do a virtual tour. So you press play. You have a character that starts in the middle of the room. I'll grab my controller and you just walk around and say like, wow, you know, I want to go downstairs. I want to open these doors. I want to see what the kitchen looks like. All of this, I took pictures of like real things that were in the house. This floor, this mat that I put down, and you know, all these little details of the stuff that Zeppelin had laying around in the room. We collect Toy Story toys. His Instagram is Toy Story Zoo, Z-O-O. And I just put all of his Toy Story toys that were in this little corner on those little IKEA boxes in the scene just to see if I could accomplish like making a real-time playback of a digital twin bedroom. So the real video, the video's on YouTube if you want to go and see the comparison between this project and like a real video of me recording myself walking through the room. Everything is the exact same. The shoes on the floor, all these things that are on the desk are on my desk right now. The controller, the headphones, most of it is still on here. But I decided like, all right, I'm going to challenge myself to create a digital twin of the bedroom. And while Zeppelin was sitting there watching TV, I was like, all right, if I can pull this off, then, you know, this can be used as a way to showcase what a personalized space inside of Memphis Metas would look like. So you get into Memphis Metas, you go into your house, and then I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it, but you know, I think that's later down the road. It's going to be as a DLC or an expansion. The game is free to play, but building and doing interiors is going to be like a paid add-on. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to develop that part, but you know, it'd probably be something like The Sims and Inzoi, the way that they have like a mode where you can build things. But yeah, real time, you know, got the fan on and pretty much everything works. Laptop on, and you know, it's not. Eventually, with the game, with Memphis Metas, I want real radio stations, real TV channels to be in the game to where someone has a job every day to like add content to these TV stations and TV channels, and it's going to be all Memphis, like footage from Memphis, and these different organizations can like buy in to say, I want to use that as an advertisement spot, and they can upload their pictures for billboards, they can upload their videos for ads on the TVs as commercials or TV shows. And I was like, all right, let me test this and see if I can just get it to work with my bedroom. And after just doing a bunch of research and development, it's like, boom, got the computer hooked up under the desk exactly like it was in real life. Got my actual TV model and all of my electronic devices like brought into the scene, and then modified it to where not only does it look photoreal, but it actually displays all the correct content. Let me see. I think there's another level. Asset Zoo. I don't know. I'm gonna try Asset Zoo and see what is in there. I had one more level where I had a bunch of TVs playing different things all at once, just so that I can learn how to implement. Oh no, this is the Asset Zoo for the houses. Which, if I just go to Blueprint Houses, But yeah, on my YouTube, if you go look through some of the videos, you'll see the asset zoo where it has those TVs and the arcade restaurant. I deleted everything else, but I had a bunch of cars, all the lighting. What my goal was to create all these different asset zoos, which would host a particular type of asset. In this case, this is a downloaded asset zoo, but I wanted to recreate this so that I could have easy access to all of my blueprints. The only thing with this, I gotta adjust my lighting settings. But, you know, just to focus on like realism, oh my gosh. I would use these as examples for how I can build out the level. Yeah, actor palette, same thing, yeah, basically actor palette. But I think I'm gonna take a break from Unreal Engine things for a little bit, and we're gonna pick back up on that later. I reached my 12-hour mark after doing the 10-hour stream, and this one being 2. So it's time for me to see what the performance of Call of Duty is about to be like with OBS. Very curious. No more music. All done with the musics. No more musics. Normally what I play is Tom Clancy's The Division. But I think after the work I just put in for 12 hours, I deserve a little break. So we're about to have a little fun. So let me go into OBS real quick and set this back to 0. Mic check 1 2. I forgot that this was only going to be on the left channel, so can we set this to mono? Properties. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2. So desktop audio. There we go. I don't know that this is actually going to work with all the audio. I think I'm just not going to use my microphone.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up and stand by. All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
Do you find it amusing? Moving!
Battle Royale. Be advised, that's closing in. Proceed to the safe zone.
Oh shit.
The squad mate has entered the gulag. They'll need to survive to redeploy.
Enemy movement. Enemy movement.
Hunt down the enemy. Squad mate is belly up. They're returning to base.
Did someone marking contract?
Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets. Your squad mate's in the gulag. They'll fight for a chance to redeploy. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Did someone buy me back in?
UAV available for tasking.
1-1 requesting recon at this time. Marking buy station.
Squad mate redeploying to the AO. Hostile UAV in the area.
Priority tasking request received. We're a dot.
Your squad mate is in the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
Changing mags! Loot here.
marked a point on your map containing enemy intel. Capture and secure it to get ahead of the next gas spread. Squad mates in the gulag. If they survive, they redeploy. Help your squad mates secure the intel. Ensure that you speed up capture.
What? Watch it up! Throwing Semtex!
Damn, where's my fucking team at?
Capture complete. Hell of a job. Uploading information on the next gas spread. Enemy UAV is online. Your squad mate lost the fight. They're RTB at this time. It's all down to you now. Step up.
Someone buy me back in.
Friendly loadout drops on the way. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Hey, firm.
Your squad mate is the most wanted target. Eliminate threats and secure supply caches to reduce the time in the contract. Safe zone. Gas is moving.
Vehicle marked.
Your squad mate survived. Contract complete.
Took around!
Be advised, your squad is down. It's up to you now. Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Marking contract.
There's a bounty on your head. Eliminate hostiles and secure supply caches to get rid of it. Enemy UAV overhead.
Over here.
Enemy UAV is online. We've got gas moving in. UAV in the area.
Vehicle marked.
Enemy dropped into the AO. Got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Good work, soldier.
Enemy vehicle. Suppressive fire!
Squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
Enemy movement.
He just made a fatal mistake.
Changing mags.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. Gulag's closed until further notice. Loadout drop headed your way. You're the last of your squad. Finish this. It's down to 10. Win this thing. Enemy UAV overhead.
Can someone buy marking contract?
Enemy UAV is online. Vulnerable buy station detected. Proceed to the buy station before time runs out.
Marking
to receive
contract.
a discounted item. You want 1 of 10 remaining. Not bad.
Catching up.
Defeat is only Gas is closing in. Relocating
I'm
safe
down.
zone.
Give me assistance now. Use this time for some target practice. The real thing's coming soon. Enemy soldier incoming. Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
Marking contract. Vehicle marked.
squad and hit the silk.
Let's do it.
Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone. Eliminate all targets in the AO. Bounty targets are up. Get after them.
There's some guys
Kill an
that...
enemy.
Where's our chopper?
Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Enemy vehicle!
Oh, good, bro.
Enemy movement! Marking enemy!
See what he
Hostile
thinks.
UAV in the area.
See what he thinks about that.
Taking effective fire!
Welcome to the Gulag. Fight to win redeployment. Fight started. Be ready. You're next. Earn redeployment or die trying.
Oh, yellow car, I win. You better get shit on, little boy. What's up, little bro?
Your squad mate failed their mission. They're heading back to base.
We've got money for you.
Frankie AFK?
Yeah, he's trash. He's trash. That's why he's AFK.
My boy, boy.
Prepare for
He's
redeployment.
ass. He's ass. You're ass too, buddy.
Oh,
I'm back on station!
there we go. Let's go. Oh. Where's he going? Oh boy.
All right.
This train's leaving.
Head to the safe zone. Gas is moving.
We've almost got loading money. Might be able to get it out there. Or maybe here. Oh, we ain't quite got it. There we do.
Need some cash!
We don't- Let's hit the one on the runway. We don't know anything about this one up here.
Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
Oh yeah.
I'll drive.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Loading!
Yeah, why not? That means somebody's there.
Here's a bounty contract.
Oops, I'll be right.
Positive ID on the bounty targets. Hunt them down.
Moving here. Enemy movement.
All bounty targets
Cancel. Enemy
KIA.
sniper.
Well done.
Enemy movement.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
I'm taking fire!
Reloading.
Gas is inbound. Marking two stations.
To the ground.
I pushed the wrong button. That's crazy. So I feel like this me streaming right now probably kind of messes with my bandwidth a little bit, but we're gonna try one more game.
Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deploying shortly.
Enemy down!
Enemies are dropping into the area.
I'm
Watch
reloading!
the skies.
Throwing grenade!
Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone. Battle Royale. You've got gas closing in fast. Double time it to the safe zone.
Stay firm!
Enemy dropping into the AO. Primary objective is to eliminate all targets. Enemy intel located. Capture and secure the intel point to discover the next gas spread.
Thanks!
Your squad mate has reached the intel. Joining them will speed up the process.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead.
Well done, soldier. Check your map for the next gas spread location. Check your map. I've marked a point containing enemy intel nearby. Capture it for information on the next gas spread. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Waypoint marked. Move!
Your squad mates started securing the intel. Join them to increase the speed of the capture. Intel point captured. Great work. You've earned a peek at the next gas spread. Your squad's in the safe zone. Gas is inbound. Enemy intel located. Capture and secure the intel point to discover the next gas spread.
Enemy movement!
Squad mate has entered the gulag. They need to survive to redeploy.
Fatality if you try to handle me.
Enemy movement!
Found a buy station.
Your squad mate is
Changing
belly up.
mags!
They're returning to base. Enemy UAV overhead.
Ammo depot here. Moving here.
Loadout drop headed your way. Got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Dropped them! Reloading! I got you!
Time's up. Enemies erased the intel.
Marking gas mask! Found a weapon. Found a weapon. Disregard. Got a custom weapon here. I'll take that. Cancel that.
Be advised, there's an enemy squad gunning for you. squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Move it.
Got an automatic rifle here.
Enemy movement.
Moving here.
Switching mag.
Got a custom weapon here. Setting waypoint. Loading new mag.
Your squad mates in the gulag. If they survive, they redeploy.
Visual on enemy. Trophy system online. Inserting armor.
That's it. Up we go. I'm clear.
Taking fire.
Hold on enemy.
Your squad mate failed their mission. They're headed back to base. The enemy lost track of you. Good work down there.
Enemy moving. Look, they're on.
Success means redeployment. Failure means elimination.
Back in the fight. Marking contract. Vehicle marked.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. Squad mates have been cleared for redeployment.
I got.
Inserting armor. Back.
Moving here. I see an enemy.
Vulnerable buy station marked. Head to the buy station before time runs out to get a discounted item.
Moving here.
Enemy UAV is online.
This shit really ain't happening right now.
Buy station vulnerability closed. Contract failed. Your squad paces are released. Get ready to redeploy.
I'm back on station.
Gas is closing in. Relocating safe zone. Enemy soldier incoming. It's down to you, soldier. Bring the win home. Gas is closing in. Hostile UAV in the area.
Marking buy station. Enemy truck neutralized.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. No more fighting in the gulag. You've got a loadout drop inbound. Ten remaining. Keep pushing.
Moving here.
Shit, man, I'm taking fire.
Less than 10 was still.
Okay, here's what I can do. Turn this on. I'm gonna set that to let's see, mic aux. Let's properties and set this to Turtle Beach headset. Okay. Okay, cool. And we're gonna change my audio settings. So man, look, I think if I set this bad boy to excuse me, if I put my headphones back on, I forgot that I have a microphone on my headphones that I could use while I play. This probably will make it better because I play by sound, and when I'm playing with speakers, it's loud, but I can't really directionally hear anything. So I'll just put my headphones on and we'll see if I have a better experience. Cause man, I can't even hear loot boxes and the direction that they're in without my headphones on. I'm running past and I'm just like, okay, where was that at? So
Check weapons and gear. We're holding for deployment.
we'll get another game in and we'll try some different settings. Voice chat output. We'll set this to
Changing mags!
Turtle Beach audio. Turtle Beach. And I don't know if this is actually going to come through. Oh no, I can't get desktop audio. Oh, I can. I can. Hey, baby. Yeah, buddy. All right, we're gonna try this. Okay. Anybody have comments? Fury, Kills.
Yeah, I'm here with you, bro.
What he do, man? What he do?
Keep clear of the gas. Get to the safe zone.
At the train or no?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Cutting waypoint.
Yeah, it's definitely on the train.
One more with blue.
Capture the enemy intel on your train, and you'll get a look at the site of the next gas
Yeah, the
bridge.
front of the train.
Ain't no motherfucking way, bro. Ain't no way. Already? Oh, okay, sniping. I see you. Okay then.
Gulag is your last chance. Fight to earn redeployment. Earn redeployment or die trying.
Grenade! Grenade!
On your right, here on your right. Here on your left now, Pink. On your left.
Appreciate you.
I'm reloading!
Hit him with that nade, though. Right in the
Back in the
head.
fight!
Squad mate won the fight. They're redeploying now.
Let's see what that circle looking like. I need to pull over to farmland for a minute.
Vehicle
Yeah,
marked!
that's what I'm gonna do.
Squad mate has been cleared for redeployment.
Ways away from you, Pink.
Alright. Could've sworn I just saw a door closed over there. I must be tripping. Wait, why does it sound muffled? What the? No, that ain't right.
Some of the squad is outside the safe zone.
Alright, let me try to go get this car real quick.
Guy landed around me.
Oh, word.
There's a white flag.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Somebody dropping in.
Heads up. An enemy squad marked you as a bounty target.
Hostile shooter!
Yeah.
Time's up. Contract failed. Squad
That fire
mate will
station
enter
right here.
the gulag. They'll need to survive to redeploy.
That's a good idea.
Don't look hot.
Man, look around this joint too.
Drop my money on the buy.
Your squad mate lost the fight. They're RTB at this time.
Marking contract.
Bounty targets marked. Kill them all.
Just keep looting up.
Well, damn. And get out that jump. Let's see if I can recover it. Yep.
Got a box.
Moving here.
To the bounty. Jumping
Go
out.
to the bounty?
Jumping out.
Alright, bet.
Yeah, we already here. Buy station, buy station. You go to buy station, buy station.
The enemy is no longer tracking you. You lost them.
Here. Take my cash.
Friendly
Get a
loadout
UAV.
drops on the way. Enemy UAV overhead.
Requesting recon above.
Loadout drop
Sorry,
headed your way.
Okay, very nice. So 2.
Gas
Or
is
just one?
closing in. Relocating safe zone.
Two. Team on it, team on it. Top.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy UAV is online.
Took around.
Man, you might want to stay in there. Ah, lordy.
Contract failed.
Man, these boys.
The enemy took that.
GG.
Jeez.
Real quick. Marcus said I only like Drake when he's rapping. Same. I don't know no Drake. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, yeah. I don't know no Drake song.
How you do it again, bro? How you
You know
do
what I'm
it?
saying? I don't know. Not if Drake ain't rapping, I do not know the song at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm with you. Jason the hater says Dre Day is the bumpin'est diss song ever. I'm gonna be real with you, Jason. Hey, bro. I'm gonna be real with you, bro. Just to stay in that lane of thought. I thought Real Compton City G's was better. Real Compton City G's. Easy E. I mean, hey, I'm a much bigger Dre Snoop fan. But Real Compton City G's was hard, fam. To me, they got him on that job. You know what I mean? But then Dre had to drop a whole album.
Literally. A whole one.
So I think I'm gonna give it to Dre overall. Right. Real Compton City G's was hard, man.
Yeah, it just make me think about, because again, Drake dropped something recently. He apparently supposed to be shooting shots, and I was initially like on some, man, should there be a timeline to beef? But y'all bringing up 50 and Ja Rule, I feel like today, if Ja Rule had a show, 50 would make sure it was terrible for him. Like,
No, Ja Rule has no ruling anymore. Like,
but that's what I'm saying. I feel like that's what I'm saying. I feel like 50 Cent still today, and even though 50's not even really into the music world that much, I feel like he would still do whatever he can to make sure Ja Rule doesn't have a successful show.
I don't know. I think he done burned his ass so bad to the point where like Ja won't even have it because of Ja. Like he's not relevant anymore. Like the only thing that I would for real and unfortunately with Irv being gone too, may he rest in peace. You know what I'm saying? Like he really don't have a chance. Ashanti ain't really fucking with him like that. You know what I'm saying? Like what can he do?
Yeah, what you mean? I'm gonna tell you, all Ja Rule needs to do is, I mean, he might have already done this. This is how little I pay attention to him. He just need to be on some reality TV vibes, man. Like,
that's where he at now.
Yeah.
Get on his Flavor Flav.
That's it. That's it. He need to go battle rights to that shit and kill it. He need to be on some stuff like, I need a tall woman for a little bit. You had a show like
The love of Ja Rule.
But that's what I'm saying. I feel like 50 is so much of a troll where 50 would be on some like, you know what? Let me get the rights to this show. Let me make sure you can't even show this. Like, bro, that's 50.
Yeah.
50 has that type of energy.
50
Yeah.
bro. 50 is different.
I swear.
So that, I feel like that's
Hold
you
on.
got no timeline.
Hold on. We got chime in. Somebody who was supposed to run my fade and just didn't show up as a comment.
Shit.
The timing of the Nubia Yassin says the timing of the suit just looks bad, especially when he does other things that make him look like a crybaby. And I say that as a fan still. Nokia is a bop. She had to confirm that by mentioning the song. No doubt. You know what I'm saying? Look, man. To me, the time it might. I don't see how the timing looks bad when he's literally going after it. After it happened. Yeah, exactly.
Also,
Like,
this is my business.
It's not like he waited 10 years and now I'm gonna bring this up. You know what I'm saying, or whatever.
Right now.
Nah, it's like this is happening currently. Yeah. So to me, I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? But I was expecting you to pull up and run my face. You know what I'm saying? Since last time you was talking all that stuff, even though I was spitting nothing but facts and I was just trying to support you. You know what I mean? I don't even understand. We supposed to be doing this album and you coming from the live. Anyway, man, it's all love.
Look, see this part of the road now starting to be, man.
I'm about to be hard. I'm sorry. Nah, man. Yo, what's up, dog? I thought we was cool. Nah, man, we gotta have this discussion, man. We should go live together on a collaborated post. And just, matter of fact, I'm gonna collaborate with my lawyer.
Bro, I'm done.
On some Suno shit.
Yo. Speaking of Suno, though, what's up with the AI ethics? Like, what are we really doing? You know? Like,
man, you know that? She caught you for it. I respect it.
Like, what's really going on with that?
Yeah, so
hold on real quick. Hey, Jason, I mean, I know what you're talking about, bro. Real Compton City Jeans.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, bro. Come see me, bro.
Yeah.
I think that's personal. I don't know, bro. Ja Rule, live show too cold. Can't deny the live performance. Could you see him, bro?
Bro, that's the thing.
I'm gonna leave it at that. Morgan says, just check Google. Ja is booked. I mean, booked where?
Booked
you know
where?
What I'm saying? He's not doing those shows in the U.S.
In the U.S. at all.
Not without getting like checked at the same time, Ozzy.
Not about 50. Yeah, 50 ain't going for that.
Absolutely, man. And checking Google.
performing
Nah,
for
bro.
Akbar now.
Even if what you're saying is correct, for the sake of this show, it's not. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep it moving.
Yeah, so in the AI world, man, there's some commotion with the Alchemists. Apparently, the Alchemists and Erykah Badu, they're doing a project together. But they have used apparently AI for their visual and the cover art, and folks are feeling the way to the point where like people are on some like, yo, I'm scratching you off my top 5 producer list, and like folks are really.
Damn, is that deep?
I mean, I get what yeah, but people are really feeling the way. Like, people really on some, like, this is trash, you're a trash producer, and I thought, highly of you, and this and that. And initially, and I will say, when I first seen this, I was like, this shouldn't be a big thing. He's not doing it for his, like, career or whatever. But then I thought about, like, he could have got a graphic designer. He could have got, like, to represent the art itself, he still could have used a real person. And I feel like that's where a lot of the pushback is coming from that community. Like, bro, you still could have hit up somebody either to make something better or do this simple idea versus using AI or whatever. So it's more so like, now we're trying to figure out what's the ethics? What's the threshold of this?
Like, are people upset more so because they chose this project to do an AI cover with, opposed to any other project? Because, like, I mean, I know artists use fan art all the time, you know what I'm saying, to create. So it's like, just this one time, they decide to test out AI.
Well, I think what you said, though, like, they use fan art. That fan is still a human. It's still,
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying, like, just because they chose this one time to try AI to see how it would, because obviously it's getting talked about, getting their project talked about and whatnot. Like, are people upset that they used AI for the cover, or are they upset that it wasn't one of their part?
It's just that they use AI in general to basically put out their works when they could have. They basically substituted, AI, instead of using a human. And these things like this, like I enjoy AI in the sense of just I love technology. So to see where technology is going and stuff, I get like there's always going to be a battle because it's new. It's something that it's new to the public, and we're all trying to figure out what's going to be the thing, where's the line. And sometimes some of the greats be the people that take those chances, and folks might not agree with it. But I feel like these things are necessary for us to figure out what's the line. Because if no one does it, then we'll still be in the dark. They're like, well, we can just do it for whatever. But eventually, this is going to happen.
All right, okay. All right, I understand all of that. I do think, though, I do think that there is a higher responsibility to do things ethically for those who can afford to, and those who are the ones that set examples, right, for the influencers. And so I mean, like, you're talking about Alchemist and Erykah Badu, two people who are extremely cult followed, right, who have, like the buy-in from their fan base. Like, these are people, like Erykah's fan base, they don't just like her music. They devoted. They patterned their whole lives off of her.
Worship it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even about the music, it's about her.
The lifestyle.
Yeah. Like, we have, it's a whole bunch of, window seat women because of
that's real.
Erykah Badu. It's a whole
Baduism, that's what they call it.
Right. The dude, his name is Josh, but you call him Tyrone now.
Literally. It's a lot of Tyrones out there.
That's crazy. Meaning, like, they're incredibly influential. Right? Yeah. And so, every one of their public decisions will send people in a direction.
Of course.
Right? And so I do think that it is important for those people. Those people know that they have, especially those people that are 90-something years old. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're